Test, test, test. Boom, boom. Welcome, Eagles fans. We got April 25th, 2023 here. It's a very cloudy Tuesday night here in Neosho, Missouri. We got the Neosho Wildcats meeting up with the Eagles on their home turf. We played them last week. Won 7-4 here as we get ready to get started here at 3:30. Game was a little bit pushed forward here because of the potential for rain. Looks like that rain's not going to be coming in until towards the very end of a potential JV game. They might call that one off. We're not totally sure, but rain should be coming in around 7 o'clock. So we moved this one 30 minutes earlier. Neosho, we played them, like I mentioned, we won 7-4 last week in the Wooden Bat Tournament, which Nixa placed first in. We were able to win that tournament. And then we were able to get ourselves in a good position here to play Neosho and then Carthage on the road on Thursday. That one's going to be a good one here. Start times here will come up here around 3:30. It's about 10 more minutes here. We'll give you the starting lineups. My name is Eli Dean. We are Nixa Live. And we'll be right back here in Neosho, Missouri. Alrighty, welcome back, Eagle fans here from Neosho, Missouri. We're going to go ahead and give you the starting lineups here between your 19-3 Nixa Eagles and the 13-9 Neosho Wildcats. Now, for the Wildcats, a couple of years ago, it seemed pretty bleak for them. They started their 2020 season with a 4-23 record. It was really just a tough year for everybody. They brought in a new coach, and he was able to lead the team to a 14-16 record last year. And this year, just alone, they've already put themselves in a good position to contend in the COC with a record of 13-9. For Neosho, to be Eli Czar out in right field, Colton Southern in second base, and then Wyatt Shadwick in center, Austin Rodriguez in left field, Carter Finsky in first base. Then we got Quentin Hughes at third base, Brody Grain at catcher, Drake Swift in the DH, and then River Brill as the shortstop, and then Cale Smith is their starting pitcher today. And Cale Smith has had a kind of interesting little bit here. He was the brother of he was all district last year. Cale, 6'3", 180 pounds. He's a senior this year. He's able to put himself in a situation to potentially mow down this Nixa offense. As we mentioned, Nixa was able to get the upper hand in the matchup in the no wooden bat tournament. Obviously, with metal bats, it's going to be a little bit of a different story here. For the Eagles, it's your regular everyday lineup. We got Wyatt Vincent leading off here, Rylan Michelle in left, playing bat in second, Caden Cloud at short, Jack Edwards in the cleanup. Then we got Tanner Grant in first, Reese Sternberger in right, Garrick Oath is the designated hitter, Broden Mabe at third, and then Colin Ussery at second base, batting ninth. Wildcats have themselves an interesting situation here. Obviously, as the home team, we've started about 30 minutes earlier than we would have here. Game time here in about 7 minutes. We got some people warming up, umpires coming out. This will be just a nice little entertaining game. See, my partner Aiden Hopkins could not make it today, so I'm calling the game by myself. That should be a fun one. For the mound, we got, obviously I mentioned Cale Smith, the all-conference last year, and then we got Jackson Gamble, pitcher for the Eagles today. Gamble's had a pretty decent season so far. Seen him a few times go with some long distance. We've seen some times where he's been able to get that ball in the part of the plate where he wants it to go. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here today in Neosho. 3:23 currently on April 25th. It is a very cloudy, overcast Tuesday here. Hoping to get some ball in before some rain comes in. Rain should be around here at 7 o'clock, so unless this game goes to 13, 14 innings, I don't see it impacting this varsity matchup here. To get the lineup cards, we'll step away here for a minute. Again, my name is Eli Dean, and we'll be back with you here in a few minutes. Alrighty, as we get started here in Neosho, temperatures dropping here. We got as high as 62. It'll drop to as low as 44 here towards the end of the night. So as the sky kind of clears out and the rain starts getting a little bit closer here, we might get ourselves a little bit chilly weather. So as I was mentioning earlier, Wyatt Vincent will lead off here after they throw some warm-up pitches from Cale Smith. He's getting ready here to go up on the mound. So Wyatt Vincent's had a very successful start here to his sophomore season in an Eagles uniform, but it looks like you're right here with a couple more pitches here. Just one of those things to mention, obviously. It'll be Vincent, Michelle, and Cloud starting this game off, and then Jack Edwards back in cleanup here. Wyatt Vincent will step up into the box. Cale Smith, number 24 for this varsity Neosho Wildcats team. Apologies for the camera angle. We kind of got a really tough spot here in the booth about 50 feet away from the actual plate, so we can't see much of left field, which is disappointing considering the amount of right-handed hitters the Eagles have on their team. Cale's going to get the sign here, and he throws the first pitch of the night, which will be called a strike on the upper part of the plate. And it'll be an 0-1 count here for Wyatt Vincent. Nixa's been on a little bit of a run after they lost 2 back-to-back games, and that one's going to be a ball as well. So I'm making a 1-1 count here for Wyatt. Nixa, as I mentioned, was on a 2-game losing streak here late, but then they were able to get themselves down in the 7-0 holes. That one's fouled all the way back into the soccer field here behind us. And I'm going to put Vincent in a 1-2 hole. So another situation here as they got him on the 1-2. And that one's going to be just outside on the outside corner, and that'll make it a 2-2 count here. As my partner Aiden Hopkins would say, twos are wild here. Got their little thing in the dugout. It's a little Eagles tradition as the 2-2 is swung on. That'll ground ball. Bobbled by the second baseman. He's able to fire it in and get the out at first. So there's one out here for the Eagles. And that'll bring Ryan Michelle up to the plate. One out here. Kind of one of the themes here when we talk about that 2-game losing streak was not getting runners on base within the first 2 at-bats. We saw a lot of situations where they get the first 2 runners out, put themselves in kind of a tough situation. As that one's going to be a strike on the inside corner. And it certainly won't benefit them much with Cale Smith here on the mound. As that one's going to be swung, mercifully swung on and missed. And that'll make it an 0-2 count here for Rylan Michelle. Putting guys in the 0-2 hole is Cale Smith's specialty. As that one's ground ball, fouled down the third base line there into the dugout. And we'll do it again here on the 0-2. Shout out to Coach Blancett here getting me a cheeseburger from McDonald's, courtesy of Nixa Schools. And that one's going to be inside for a ball. Nearly hit Rylan Michelle there. And it'll be a 1-2 count here from Cale. Cale gets his sign. Tempo's pretty high for him so far, and that one's going to be up and inside as well to even the count here at 2-2. Obviously, one of the big things for the Eagles here is to keep Cale Smith's pitch count pretty high in this one. Seems like one of those things where if you can get the pitcher under 5 innings, that's definitely a good one there for you as Michelle gets ready. And the 2-2's fouled right back to the screen, and we'll do the 2-2 again here. Cal Smith, as I mentioned, an all-conference junior last year, now a senior. He's ready to get started here and make his impact known. He's already had a good season so far. Just trying to keep it up the pace. He kind of slows it down a little bit and gets into his windup. He sets, kicks, fires, and that one's going to be fouled back. Just was able to foul that one off. And we'll do the 2-2 again. But obviously, as I mentioned, pitch count's going to be a real problem for both of these pitchers. Today, Neosho had the ability in that tournament after losing to Nixa to put up 11 runs in their last game. And that one's going to be up, and that'll get the count full here at 3-2. Cal Smith doesn't want to put himself in his hole here, obviously. Putting a runner on base. Nixa is very well with runners on base as the 3-2 comes in. That one swung on, drawn down the left field line, but that'll be a foul ball. That one goes all the way to the wall. Obviously, as I was mentioning earlier, Roy B. Shaver Baseball Field doesn't have great of a press box here. Press box is about, like I was mentioning, about 50 feet away, and then you can't see much beyond that third base bag besides the Neosho dugout. He looks at his wrist. He checks the signs. Cal Smith is holding him up. Out on the 3-2 to Michelle. That one's fouled back. Top of the screen. Nice little catch there by one of the on-deck Nixa hitters. Wasn't sure who that was, but they were able to get to that one. We'll mention a couple barehanded catches here in Major League Baseball that happened over the past couple of days. And the 3-2 with one out still, as that one's going to be shot, pop up into mid there. And they're going to make the catch as the shortstop. A kind of interesting wind situation there. It looks like the second baseman, Colton Southern, was able to get a good one on that one. But River Brill came in at the last second as the shortstop, and he gets Rylan Michelle to fly out. And now that'll bring up the shortstop, Caden Cloud, here with 2 outs here for the Eagles. No hits so far for either side. And he starts it really fast there as that one's going to drop off. Bounce off the top of the plate. And that'll make it a 1-0 count here for Caden Cloud. Obviously, getting ahead of the count's going to be a big key here for the Eagles. That was something they struggled with in the past couple of games when they had a 2-game losing streak, but they were able to really do well in that wooden bat tournament, including the game where they beat Neosho. So that one's a strike, and that'll make it a 1-1 count. And that one's sent away, pop up down the left field side. I have no idea what's going to happen there. Looks like that ended the inning. Looks like that left fielder, Austin Rodriguez, was able to make some sort of catch. I know the camera angle isn't great. It's kind of just going to be a theme of the rest of the game. Not totally sure what's going to happen here, but the Eagles down in order. And it'll be Eli Czar, Colton Southern, and Wyatt Chadwick coming up to the plate for the Neosho Wildcats. Tanner Grant trying to, sorry, not Tanner Grant, Jackson Gamble. Jackson Gamble will be looking to pitch a pretty solid one here for the Eagles. And we'll head to the bottom of the first inning here. No score in Neosho. Back here, Eagles weren't able to get any base runners on base in that top of the first inning, so now Neosho's got a chance here to put themselves in an early lead here. Jackson Gamble looking to go as that first pitch from Gamble is on the inside corner. Looks like scoreboard's not working out very well, but that one's going to drop in right in front of the center fielder, Wyatt Vincent. And Eli Czar will have himself a leadoff single for the Wildcats. And now it'll be Colton Southern here, the second baseman. Looks like scoreboard's having a little bit of trouble here getting this one set up. Well, there it goes. All right, just took a second there. My Chromebook shut down. Tends to do that a lot. Well, the runner on first base, Neosho, they show bunch, and they put down a pretty good one. He thinks about throwing it to second, throws it a bit high over that first baseman. And Colton Southern will be able to get a sack bunt there. That'll put the runner Czar at second base here. And now they got a Wyatt Chadwick here. Might be a situation almost like when you get that leadoff hit, trying to sacrifice some runs here, or sacrifice some outs for some runs. Obviously, Wyatt Chadwick, the center fielder, didn't get action in that first inning. And he's looking to get himself here set. Defensively for the Eagles, Gamble takes a lot of time here trying to figure out him set. Looks like he's more focused on that runner at second base. He looks back a few times, nods his head, comes back, and that one's popped back down again by the soccer field. The soccer field might be a popular place for foul balls here. We don't got much of flags out here, so we can't really tell where that wind's blowing, but it looks like the wind's blowing in, which means pop up, a fly ball is going to fly more backwards in the air. So we'll see a lot of balls out of play over that fence. Positionally here, we got Reese Sternberger out in right as always, Wyatt Vincent in center, Rylan Michelle in left field, and then at short's going to be Caden Cloud. Second, it's going to be Colin Ussery. At third base, it'll be Broden Mabe. First base, Tanner Grant. And obviously, Jack Edwards catching for Jackson Gamble here with Garrick Oaf as the designated hitter. That one's high, and they're going to say that hit the top of his helmet, and that'll put runners at first and second. The runner tried to go on that pitch, maybe thinking it was a wild pitch of some sort. But nevertheless, that'll put runners at first and second for Neosho here with one out. And now Austin Rodriguez, I'm going to call him A-Rod for the rest of the night. Of course, there was plenty of Rodriguez's in Major League Baseball. One of the more famous ones or notorious ones was Alex Rodriguez. Played for the Mariners, Rangers, and the Yankees. Hit just south of 700 home runs in his Major League career. Had a little bit of problems with steroids. That one swung on. That one's going to be a nice little catch, and that one's going to end the inning. As, boy, that was a really nice play by Colin Ussery. That runner ran on contact. He's going to regret that one. Czar just didn't get a great jump. Nevertheless, he got himself a good jump, but obviously running on a pitch like that, it was probably a hit-and-run situation there. But Ussery was able to make the catch and then tag second base to end the inning. So Neosho strands one runner. And we'll head to the top of the second inning here. No score between Nixa and Neosho. Welcome back. Here's Jack Edwards steps up to the plate here to lead off the top of the second inning for the Nixa Eagles. Edwards batting fourth today, as always. Tanner Grant on deck, and then Reese Sternberger in the hole for Cale Smith. Cale had a 1-2-3 first inning. He's trying to repeat that here for Neosho if they're going to keep this one in, although that pitch count was pretty high. First couple batters were able to extend the counts, make it full, make it even. Just trying to do whatever they can, fouling off pitches to give Cale Smith just a little bit less of an enjoyable day. As that one swung on deep to center field. That one high, fly. That one's going to drop, and that one's going to drop down the center field wall as Jack Edwards will have himself a stand-up double. That one was a kind of a weird ball. It kept like it hanging and hanging and hanging and hanging, but it'll drop in between the center fielder Wyatt Chadwick and the right fielder Eli Czar. And that'll drop in as Edwards will get himself a leadoff double here. And that's kind of one of the things that Nixa had been missing out on the past couple of games before that Wood tournament. So they weren't able to get runners on base to lead off innings. That was a real struggle for them in those 2 games. And then even halfway through the Webb City game played at Sky Bacon Stadium. Where Sky Bacon Stadium, the former home of the Springfield Ozark Mountain Ducks. They played in the late 1990s and early 2000s. That stadium is now used for several college teams. As now it'll be Tanner Grant up to the plate with an opportunity to get himself an additional RBI this season. Grant is one of the higher RBI hitters here for this Nixa offense. And obviously with the runner on second base here with nobody out, they bring in Josiah Jenkins to run for him out at second base. And that one's going to be on the inside, and that'll quickly make it a 2-0 count. As you can kind of tell that Cale Smith here losing a tiny little bit of confidence, maybe not anything crazy here. Obviously, it's going to be really tough in a situation. And also for the center fielders, I mean, when you got the clouds like that, it can be really tough as they're going to walk him on 4 pitches here. And that's definitely not what you want to see if you're a Neosho Wildcat fan here. But the Eagles, they get themselves runners at first and second here to lead off the inning, and now it'll be the right fielder, Reese Dernberger. Dernberger's had himself a pretty nice season so far on the bases and in the outfield. So he's been able to put himself in situations to really get some nice runs in for the Eagles. And he's got a great chance here with Josiah Jenkins, the speedy Josiah Jenkins at second base. As they show bunt, but he'll say he went through, and that'll make it an 0-1 count. And that may be the type of situation we saw from Neosho try to bunt in that bottom of the first inning, trying to make it a little bit easier for Nixa here as they're trying to advance some runners and get this game, get some runs here early. So that one's going to be the inside. They did not show bunt on that one, but they'll get the strike call there, and that'll make it an 0-2 count for Dernberger. On deck, it's Garrick Oaf. He's going to look like to get himself a chance here. He comes in sometimes as the right fielder, sometimes as DH, sometimes any positions. That one's mercifully swung on. They're going to say that one didn't foul off the end of the bat there, and that'll make it his first strikeout for Cale Smith of the day. Cale's been able to put himself in some nice positions, obviously. He's been staying a lot, taking deep, heavy breaths. It looks like in these types of situations, he thrives in confidence. He needs more confidence, and maybe with runners on base, he can put himself as the first pitch to Garrick Oaf is going to be up and away for a ball. Now make it a 1-0 count here for Oaf. He'll stepping back into the plate. He's got his front foot about midway through, and then that back foot towards the front of that. As that one swung on, another one of those pitches. He must have some type of slider because Nixa hitters, seem to be swinging a lot of pitches down in that dirt, or I guess in a way the turf, because there is no dirt on this field. It's all sodded turf here, and we've seen lots of pitches like that so far where Nixa hitters just haven't been able to locate certain pitches. Oaf has really good eyesight awareness, and he's able to let that one pass by for ball, and that'll make it a 2-1 count now. Cale Smith here already with a strikeout, looking to fit himself off here as he gets the call there, and that'll make it an even count here at 2-2. For the Eagles, as we mentioned before, they took a 7-4 win against Neosho in Lebanon. Bit different when you're in Neosho's home turf. And he gets the fast 2-2 as he pops that one up down the right field line, and that one's going to drop out of play down in the dugout. Looks like somebody from the Eagles is going to go grab that one. But like we mentioned, lots of foul balls. That tells you the Eagles hitters are either just too early or just too late on these pitches. So Cale's obviously been able to kind of mix and match his speeds here and make himself in a situation where he keeps these hitters honest. And the 2-2 to Oaf is another one fouled back. And that one's going to fall once again into the soccer field. We'll be saying that quite a lot today. Like I was mentioning, the wind blowing in. And that'll be something to keep in mind as well here, as this field isn't very deep in terms of from plate to from the pitch, as that one's going to be 2-2. And that one's going to be swung on. That one's going to be drop in for a hit. And they're going to hold all the runners, but Oaf will get himself a base hit here, and that'll load the bases here with 1 out. It's kind of tough to see, as we were mentioning, right, as I can only imagine for these fielders, with the clouds being very similar type of, when it's not a blue sky, you can't see that ball as well. So in that kind of situation, it kind of just floated in there and dropped in between the second baseman, Southern, and the center fielder, Shadwick. As now that'll bring Broden Mabe to the plate, the third baseman. He's got a chance to really break something loose here with the bases loaded. And the first pitch he'll see will be down and away for a ball. Cale Smith already 2 hits in this inning, including that walk. So obviously He's had a little bit of a struggle inning here, as that one's going to also be down and away for a ball. He's not getting those early swings that he saw in the first couple at-bats here for the Eagles in the first inning, and now here, obviously, in the second inning, as he's not, seems like they're kind of learning a little bit more about Cale Smith here as this game progresses. And Cale gets set and ready for the 2-0, and that one swung on and missed. Mabe is definitely trying to do something with that one, and that'll make it a 2-1 count here for Broden Mabe. Colin Ussery on deck, and then the leadoff hitter, Wyatt Vincent, will be batting if it gets to that. And that one will be outside for a ball, and now you can't put him anywhere here. As Cale doesn't seem like he obviously is losing a bit of his control here. But on the 3-1 count, it's going to be swung on. That one's going to drop down the left field line. That's going to score at least one. They're going to hold the runners, and that'll be an RBI single here for Broden Mabe, and that'll put Nixa here on the board first, as it'll be 1-0 Nixa. And now it'll be Colin Ussery to the plate, looking to do even more damage as they keep the train chugging along here. Nixa already up here 1-0 here as they got that RBI single, and obviously Ussery looking for more here and looking to extend this inning also for Wyatt Vincent. As the first pitch is going to fall in there for a strike in the inside corner, and that'll make it an 0-1 count. These are the type of innings Nixa feels like they can take a lot of confidence off of a pitcher here. And the early mistakes is that one's going to be down. It won't advance any of the runners here, and that'll make it a 1-1 count. In those types of situations, as we were mentioning, with a 3-1 count like that, you have to put the ball in the strike zone. So Broden Mabe was able to find something in the strike zone he liked, ground it in between the third baseman and the shortstop, and put that one in there for Nixa. That one's going to be high for ball 2 now, as that'll make it a 2-1 count to Ussery with Wyatt Vincent on deck. But it seemed like these types of situations weren't really present in the past couple of games. They were able to explode a few during the tournament, as that one's going to fall in there. And that'll make it a 3-1 count now. And again, you can't put him anywhere, so Cale Smith's got to throw a strike here, and that's going to be obviously one of these things we keep in mind later, is that one is going to be a ball 4. And so that'll load the bases once again and bring in an RBI walk for Colin Ussery. And that will once again bring in Wyatt Vincent to the plate here. Wyatt Vincent grounded out to the second baseman, his first at-bat of this game so far. And it looks like we're going to see a coach timeout here as the manager for Neosho giving his pitcher a little bit of time here to relax after he's had 3 base runners reach and only 1 out here in the inning with 5 total base runners. 3 in a row. Oaf had the single that put the bases loaded. Then we had Broden Mabe with his RBI single, and then Ussery with an RBI walk. Obviously, when pitcher doesn't necessarily have that command, you want to see back-to-back batters on 3-1 counts. He was able to put one in the strike zone for Mabe, but he was able to swing it in the other way down the third base side. And now Wyatt Vincent will get another crack at it here. Like I mentioned, Vincent 0 for 1 in the game, but he's got the potential to do a lot more than that here as well. And the base is loaded here. Vincent will get himself an up and away pitch, and that'll make it a 1-0 count. So obviously that meeting didn't necessarily calm any in theirs that Cale Smith might have here. So he's walked 2 in the inning after 1-2-3 first as he tries to throw the runner over. And tried to get him at third base, try to keep him honest here. That'll keep it chugging along here. We got Oaf at first, Mabe at second, and Ussery at first, as that one is going to be a ball as well. And that'll make it a 2-0 count. So another situation here, as we mentioned, Ryland Michelle on deck. Michelle flew out to that shortstop, and on the 2-0 count, they're going to go another high one. And so 3-0 count. So 3 consecutive batters reaching on early ball 3 counts, with the opportunity for Vincent to even walk in a run here, as the pitch on the 3-0 is going to fall in there for a strike. He really needed to make that pitch. Interestingly enough, they didn't give Wyatt Vincent the green light there. Obviously, with 1 out here in the inning, you're looking to score runs. And the 3-1 as well, as that one's going to be swung on and fouled off way down the left field line there. Looks like they're going to go after that one. Looks like that one probably landed closer into that softball field. And so Wyatt Vincent quickly now back-to-back strikes has now got himself in a 3-2 count here. Smith gets set, and that one's going to be swung on and hammered down the left field line. And it looks like they're going to try to tag up some runners here, as they will bring in a sacrifice fly. So Vincent scores Oaf in from third, Vincent gets himself a sac fly RBI. And now Ryland Michelle comes up to the plate. It's an RBI sac fly for Michelle, and that'll put the Eagles up 3-0 here. And really, it's been an interesting inning so far, but obviously just keeping the chain moving is one of the things the Eagles like to do here. And they've had some really productive outs. As they try to bunt there, it's going to sneak in. That one's going to drop foul, though. Just had a little bit too umph on that bunt. But Michelle had himself a situation there where he saw a little bit of a hole, and he was running down the line. So by the time he got to first base, that one had just gone foul. So he was obviously intending to try to advance some runners, make it a tough play for that third baseman, Quentin Hughes, for Neosho. Mikhail Smith has had a struggling inning after going 1-2-3. He's given up 3 runs here. As this one's going to be swung on down that third base line. That one's going to drop for a base hit, and they're going to hold the runners. So once again, the bases will be loaded as Ryland Michelle will get himself a single. And now Caden Cloud will get a chance here again with the bases loaded. Again for the Eagles, just keeping the train moving, making sure that they can put this game away here quickly. Obviously, with 3-0 game, you want to make this one out of reach and give Jackson Gamble as much confidence as you can here. Caden Cloud was the first out of that first inning. Flew out to the left fielder. So obviously he's the 9th batter here in this inning, and the first pitch to Cloud is going to be inside there for a strike. Now I'm making an 0-1 count there for Cloud. Whenever you give yourself a situation to put 9 they give themselves a chance, and now he's kind of fallen himself back into that groove we saw in the first inning, as he's got him quickly in an 0-2 count here. And on the 0-2 count, they'll just watch that one, and that would close enough. Smith wanted to get the call there, but wasn't able to get it, and that'll make it a 1-2 count now for Caden Cloud, keeping this inning alive for Nixa and keeping the runners intact. As the 1-2 pitch from Cloud is going to be out and away for a ball. And that'll make it a 2-2 count. Obviously, we got Ryland Michelle at first, Colin Ussery at second, and then Broden Mabe at third. Caden Cloud looking to give himself some time here as the 2-2 pitch is going to be inside for a ball, and now you can't put him anywhere. And now the runners are going to be going. So 2 outs here in the inning with the bases loaded. Here in this second inning, we had 2 outs. Nick's already put up 3 here in this inning alone. And they've got themselves a chance here to add more as the runners go right away. And that one's going to fall in there for a ball. And Smith did not like that one either, as he thought that he was walking off the mound, but he doesn't get the call. And now there's going to be some chirping, it seems like. That catcher, Brody Crane, just trying to figure it out. But nevertheless, Nixa adds a 4th run here in this inning, and their second off a bases-loaded walk. And for an Eagles fan, that must be something to enjoy here. As that'll bring Jack Edwards up to the plate. Edwards started this inning off with a leadoff double. It looks like he doesn't get the signs right away. Smith trying to figure everything out here. And now Jack Edwards, who already has a double here in the inning, lets that one go for a strike in the middle of the plate. Very selective these Nixa hitters are, just trying to make sure they get themselves in the groove. And we were talking about that first inning, making the long pitch counts, as that one's going to be a ground ball to the shortstop, Krill. He will fire to first to retire the side, retire this inning here as Edwards bats twice in the inning. But that's a good thing for the Eagles, as they were able to tack on 4 runs here in this top of the second inning after going 1-2-3 in that first inning, sorry. Cale Smith's going to have to pitch a lot better if he wants to put Neosho back in this game, and Jackson Gamble is going to have to try to put the Eagles and put Neosho away here in this one. So we'll head to the bottom of the second inning here in Neosho. The Eagles take a 4-0 lead. We'll be right back. Welcome back here, bottom of the second inning here in Neosho. Sorry about that, as we'll have Carter Finsky come up to the plate here for Neosho. And he'll pop that one up on the first pitch he sees to right field. Not much movement there from Dernberger, and he'll be able to make the easy out for the fly out.
Batting second, the third baseman, Quentin Hughes.
And as he just mentioned there, Quentin Hughes coming up to the plate, the third baseman, batting from that right side here. So it'll be interesting to see if we even get a chance to look at his at bat here, as that one falls in for a strike. Gamble's had himself a pretty decent pitching performance so far. Obviously, Czar was able to get on base, and he was able to get out of an inning that looked like it was going to be some trouble with that line-out double play. And back-to-back strikes here for the Eagles pitcher. Puts him in an 0-2 count here for Hughes. And that one's going to be just outside on the top of that plate, and that'll make it a 1-2 count now for the Eagles as they look ready to get set here. Gamble gets ready. He sets, kicks, fires, and that one's going to be top of the mound. That's going to be a really tough play. The third baseman gets it, and he's going to get him at first base, and the Eagles make a nice play there. As Broden Mabe was able to get that one, it looked like he was going to fall in no man's land, get himself on an infield single, but he's able to fire that one to the first baseman, Tanner Grant, and quickly, Neosho already down here, 2 outs here in the inning. And that's something that the Eagles are going to have to do a really nice job of later in the season, is making sure that they can get runners out early in these types of situations, already with the lead here. Just trying to put Neosho out of the game and out of reach here. As that first pitch is fouled back into the soccer field, now making an 0-1 count for the catcher, Brody Crane. Quickly now, it'll be an 0-2 count. And again, this is one of the things we've seen from Jackson Gamble all year, is these quick 0-2 counts, the 1-2 counts, the situations. As that one's going to fall in there for a strike. Jackson Gamble gets his first K of the game looking. And just like that, the Neosho Wildcats go down 1-2-3 in this second inning. And we'll head to the top of the third here with the Eagles up 4-0. We'll be right back. All right, welcome here as they got a little mound visit here to start the inning just from between the infielders. And Tanner Grant will step into the plate here. Grant, 1 for 1 here so far, walked in that second inning and then got him, sorry about that, he's first plate appearance here. Looked at that first base positioning and I thought he got himself a single earlier, but he did not. So in that second inning, he just got himself a walk and was able to score eventually in that inning as he fouls that one quickly off. And they'll make an 0-1 count here. And that's something that Cale Smith's going to really try to look forwards here as he pitches that one outside and away for a ball, and that'll even the count. And that last inning and the comparison, the tale of 2 halves there. First inning, he went down 1-2-3, was able to get the Eagles swinging it quite a lot there. And then from that point on, the Eagles have been very diligent with what they swing at here. not baiting on that low slider that he's been throwing so far. And he's quickly, once again here, not taking the bait on these Eagle hitters, and that'll make it a 2-1 count here. As that one swung on, down in the right field, that one's high, that one's far, and that was gonna just go over that right fielder as he tried to make a nice gallant play. They're gonna try to throw him to third, and even the second baseman isn't gonna get a hold of the ball, and he'll be able to slide in there for a leadoff triple as Tanner Grant getting himself on base here, just putting himself in another situation. And once again, that's just going to be one of those things. Eli Czar very close to that ball, but was just barely unable to grab that one, just misplaced it at the last second. And then Colton Southern allowed him to advance to third on the relay in with bobbling the ball, and then it made it easy for Tanner Grant to slide in there for a triple. And now that'll bring Reese Sternberger up looking to he'll get himself in there for a strike, looking to get a little bit better of an experience. He's so far the only strikeout for Cale Smith in this game so far. That one was a long-winded at-bat, though, that they were able to get through. As he swings on that one again, and quickly, once again, an 0-2 count. And that was just one of those things. Some of these hitters have really recognized that slider that dips right away at that last second. Some of these hitters are a little bit slower on that, just trying to place the ball in the air. And that one's going to be an 0-2. And that one's fouled off. Just barely getting under that one. And we'll do the 0-2 again. But Dernberger, the right fielder, made a nice little play there earlier in this game. Just trying to make sure to get under that ball, and he was able to do so. And now, once again, we got an 0-2, and that one's going to be chopped down the third baseline for a foul ball. Well, I'm not sure what Cale Smith's total pitch count is so far. What I can say is that last inning was probably at least 30 pitches. He saw quite a lot of base runners. He saw 10 total Eagles batters come up to the plate there. Obviously, in those kind of situations, you don't really want to see. So 4 runs in that inning was good. As that one's going to be drive, that one's going to be caught by the third baseman. He's going to throw to the catcher, and now Grant is in a pickoff as they're going to go back to the third baseman. They are going to get the runner to second, though. They will tag him out. Good running by Dernberger to at least get to first base on that one, or second base, sorry. He was able to advance through. But they do get the runner Grant out at third. Quentin Hughes was able to make a nice little snag there and then fire it to the catcher, Brody Crane. And then they went back and forth with it until they would get the runner out. But obviously for Dernberger, they're in a situation where you can just try to get as many runners on base as possible. They're focusing on that runner that's trying to get to home. So he was able to get to second base there on the fielder's choice. And now to be Garrick Oaf to the plate with the one out here with the runner on second. Obviously the Eagles would like that one back in terms of base running, but obviously when you get that runner to second base, that certainly helps. And the first pitch to Oaf is going to be outside for a ball. Oaf got himself a single and then scored in that last inning. He was able to start that little rally of six consecutive Nixa hitters were able to get on base there in that last inning. And after that strikeout from Dernberger, he was able to set the tone by loading the bases as he swings at that one. And that'll make it a 1-1 count here with one out here in the inning. We've seen quite a lot of sliders. Obviously, we've mentioned that so far from Cale Smith. Obviously, the one strikeout, though, he's been able to get lots of swings and misses, but he's also been able to, these Eagle hitters recognize on the foul balls, that one's going to be called a strike. And now, once again, here, Oaf is in a situation with a 1-2 count here. Bats from the right side. Bat over his head as he swings, and that one's going to be a line fly ball down the left field. They're going to make it, I would assume, a pretty decent catch, as yes, they'll get under it. Left fielder Austin Rodriguez. It's a bit tough, obviously, to see down that line as it's kind of becoming increasingly as it gets a little bit darker here and the clouds start to roll in, obviously. That's not much great of a sign, but the runner stays at second base. And Dernberger on the fly out there from Oaf will make it 2 outs here in the inning for Broden Mabe. Mabe was able to get Nixa on the board with an RBI single in that second inning, and that led to 3 consecutive runs for the Eagles on 3 consecutive batters. He's looking to get himself a little bit more here as he sees that one down and away for a ball. Cale Smith just trying to get himself through this inning. Obviously struggled in that second inning. Had himself a leadoff triple as that one's going to be fouled back, and that'll make it a 1-1 count. But had the leadoff triple, and normally when you have a leadoff triple, that's penciled in for a run. But in certain situations, that isn't necessarily the case here. And Cale Smith's done a good job at limiting, putting the ball on the ground and getting Nixa kind of swallowed up here, as that one's going to be up for just up for a ball. 2-1, but with 2 outs here in this inning, when you've only really had that one ground ball issued, and then Jazar just misplaced that one as well. Neosho just trying to get out of this inning. And the 2-1 here is that one's going to be popped up close to our booth here. That one's going to pop just in front of fan, makes a, just barely misses a little catch there. We got a couple people standing. Went right off the palm of his hands. And as we speak about palm of our hands, yesterday, the Tampa Bay Rays Houston Astros game, Wander Franco, who normally plays shortstop, was able to run all the way down the left field line in foul territory and make a barehanded catch. And a very interesting play. You don't see normally barehanded catches nowadays. You only see those from the fans. Most fans don't bring gloves nowadays, especially if you're up in the third deck, third row. You're not really expecting something. But to see a player get a barehanded catch, that certainly is something. And they got him on the 3-2 here. So that one's going to be another pop fly out of play. And so we'll do the 3-2 again. Cale Smith, obviously the tempo has been pretty high so far. He's kind of just been all over the place with the tempo. Jackson Gamble by far has had a little bit more of that bang-bang type of tempo as he gets ready for the 3-2, and that'll be swung on and missed on the upper part of the zone, and that will retire the side for Nixa. They strand a runner at second base after the leadoff triple, are unable to bring him in, and Cale Smith does a good job getting out of it as he strikes out that last batter of the inning. As we head to the bottom of the third here, Nixa still holds a 4-0 lead. We'll be right back. Welcome back here. And Drake Swift getting his first crack at it here for the Neosho Wildcats. As the designated hitter, he hasn't seen hardly any action at all today, just sitting on the bench. He's ready to come back in. And he looks at his first pitch for a strike. Obviously, as much as Jackson Gamble's been able to put this ball on the plate, the ability to see these Neosho hitters freeze at the plate is also very interesting as well. So that one's going to fall down into the turf for a ball. And that'll even the count up at 1-1. Jack Edwards has seen himself a nice little day here behind the plate as well. I mean, when you're talking about that, that one's going to be a ground ball. Easier play for the shortstop Cloud, and he fires that one to Tanner Grant, the first baseman, to make a nice little play to get the designated hitter Swift out. And now River Brill is the shortstop, will come up here. He bats ninth, and one of the things interesting about him, though, he's a lefty, so they're playing him a little bit shallow by the third base side, not expecting him to pull it the other way. As that one drops in for a ball. I haven't seen Mary first many ball one pitches. That one's going to be in tight and inside, and that'll make it a 2-0 count now. Gamble in this situation obviously hasn't seen very many 2-0 counts or any. He's been very successful with that first pitch strike, and he gets the strike there. So that'll make it a 2-1 count now for Brill. Very similar pitch there, and he's able to get the strike call there. Pretty much same location, so Brill's not necessarily seeing something that he wants to swing at. He's waiting for something here, and on the 2-2, he elects not to swing at, and that was a good decision as that one fell into the turf, and that'll even. And now the count is full. And Brill gets the pitch as he pops that one up, and that one is going to go right over our heads. He's waiting for it to hit the roof here and make that loud sound, but doesn't. As now we got a couple kids running over to grab that one, and we'll do another 3-2. Grant gets it, and that one's going to be drop away, and that'll be a ball. And now he's gonna think about going to second. Didn't seem like
Now batting,
Jack
right
Edwards
fielder number
knew
1,
where that ball is at, and
Eli
after you walk,
Czar.
that doesn't make the ball dead at that point. So Burrell's able to get on base with a walk, and that'll bring up Eli Czar for the second time today. Czar is responsible for Neosho's only hit so far. He started this game with the leadoff single, was able to get to second on the sacrifice bunt, and then had some difficulty with base running as the line out that Colin Ussery was able to catch to end that first inning. He gets that one in for a ball to make it a 1-0 count. So kind of difference here from Neosho, more focused on getting runners on base than swinging at that first pitch. And that one's going to fall in for a strike, and that'll even the count here at 1-1 now. But Gamble, obviously, you mentioned it here so far, 2 1/3 innings. He's been able to be, obviously, the one hit, a couple strikeouts so far. He's trying to put himself in a good situation to be successful as he throws the pickoff there. His first pickoff so far of the night. We saw one from Cale Smith in that second inning to try to get that runner out at third base, but now we've seen both pitchers do it so far. And he throws it in. That one's going to be a ground ball that falls right through the hole, right through the diving second baseman Ussery, and that'll put runners at first and second now for Neosho, as they got a little one-out rally here going on. Czar gets himself his second single of the game, and now Colton Southern will come up to the plate here with a chance to do more damage and potentially get Neosho on the board here. As mentioned, Neosho was able to put up 4 runs in the no metal bat tournament. It was just wood bats at that tournament in Lebanon. Nixa was able to win that tournament. They won the game against Neosho 7-4. Nixa about halfway to that point. Now here's the first pitch. That one's going to be swung on and missed for a strike. The difference, obviously, we've mentioned it plenty of times so far here, but just the first pitch strike from either side. It seemed like Cale Smith in those first couple innings was able to really get it right away, but the Eagle hitters were able to recognize that he's throwing that slider down to try to get him to chase, as that one's going to be inside, kind of curves in a little bit. He gets the call, and that'll make it an 0-2 count quickly now for Colton Southern, who was able to get on with us. He was able to bring Zard up to second base on a sac bunt in that first inning. And now quickly he's got himself in a hole, 0-2 now. Gamble takes his time, and now they're going to call time here as the umpire and second base recognize something. Now he'll take even more time for it as he makes sure he gets the right sign here. He sets, checks on the runner at second base, looks back, he kicks, fires, and that one's going to be a line drive. Shallow enough, though, for the right fielder, Dernberger. It's able to hold the runners as well, which I think is a big, important part of that, is trying to just hold runners.
Wyatt Shadwick.
And that'll bring Wyatt Shadwick up to the plate here, the center fielder. He was hit by a pitch in that first inning. That put runners at first and second for Neosho, but then the Austin Rodriguez double played it in that inning. So Rodriguez is on deck here with 2 outs for Neosho. Neosho is going to want to get themselves at least a run here in the next couple innings to try to throw Jackson Gamble off his timeline here. So far, he's been cruising through most of this game. He's quickly got 2 outs here in the third inning, even though he's got runners at first and second. He gets the call on the inside part. That'll make it an 0-1 count here for Jackson Gamble, as he's looking to get himself his second K of the night to retire this inning. Be a tough kind of situation here. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Nick's up 4-0 as he gets the swing there, but it was curved itself out, and now quickly again, once again, Jackson Gamble with the ability to make it an 0-2 count as quickly as he can to try to put pressure on these Neosho hitters to really swing at anything, because once you get a guy in an 0-2 count, they're trying to foul off pitches that maybe aren't necessarily in that zone but are close calls in that zone, and you get him to swing at miss and anything. And speaking of swing and a miss, he gets it on the upper part of that corner, and that will end the inning for Neosho as they strand 2 runners at first and second base. Gamble gets his second K of the game looking, and as we head to the top of the 4th inning, Nixa still holds a 4-0 lead. Now steps up to the plate the number 9 hitter for the Eagles, Colin Ussery. Let's begin this top of the 5th inning for the Eagles offense. They've already put 4 runs up here. Oh, wait a second. Am I skipping anything really? No, this is the 5th inning here as he shows bunt there. He won't get the call there. 4th inning here. And he gets the 1-0 there, and that one's going to drop just a bit wild there. Kind of hit off the wrong part of the turf, and that one will make it an even count here. Kale, obviously, high pitch count. He hasn't been able to quite find that groove. That one's going to be lined down the third base line, but foul. That's right here. Will have himself. That's what I did. Now they'll put themselves here in a situation with a 1-2 count. We saw a lot of this from Cale Smith. Let's see if he tries to throw a slider, and he tries to throw more of a curveball on that pitch to even the count. Tried to get Ussery to swing at that one. Now on the 2-2 here. That one's going to be lined down that line, and that one is going to drop for a fair ball, and Ussery is going to be able to get himself a double. Throw comes in a little bit late as he slides in, hits the golf swing there. It was a nice little throw by the left fielder Rodriguez, but wasn't able to get him. And now once again, this Eagles offense has runners in at second base to start an inning. They had the leadoff triple in that last inning, and then they get themselves a double there. And that's kind of that's something you definitely want to see here if you're an Eagles fan. Getting runners on base here as early as that one's going to be fouled. Is that one going to stay in play? They're getting on it, and they will make the catch as that third baseman, Quentin Hughes, was able to run that one down. And Vincent goes down swinging off of one pitch. Just kind of not necessarily a lazy swing, but just a little bit unfortunate. It wasn't able to carry enough for it to fall back in out of play, but just above that fence. Third baseman Hughes was able to make a nice catch, and that strands him at second base. And that one's going to be swung on and fouled back as well down the opposite line. So Vincent pops out, and now it'll be Ryland Michelle here. He's got himself already an 0-1 count. Michelle bats from that right side. Like it'll take a second to look at the signs here. There's been a little bit of confusion for signs this entire game so far, and that might be some of the reasons why I've seen a little bit of pitches be wild and not necessarily where the catcher would expect it. As Denver lazily swings at that one, and they're going to foul ball. Looks like the catcher, Crane, was trying to get the call to try to catch it right in front of the plate and tag him, but he was able to drop foul right before he was able to catch it, and that'll make it quickly. Michelle's already in an 0-2 count here. He lets that one go for a ball. The runners are staying. That one dropped just between the catcher's legs, but wasn't able to go farther enough for it to make much of a difference. And now Ussery, that leadoff runner at second base, watches Michelle. And that one's down that right field line. That one's going to drop foul into the bullpen. Not sure what that hit, but it made a loud little doing at the end. When we think about different sounds in baseball, obviously the crack of the bat, you get the crowd noise, you get different sound effects like that. And then obviously when the crowd does a wave, as that one's going to be popped up down the right field line. We'll see if that one stays in play. And right fielder Czar tries to make a nice little catch there, diving in, but it's unsuccessful. In that situation, that might have been a situation where you're okay with seeing that ball drop, because Ussery would have been destined to get to third on that one. And obviously, while you give Michelle another chance at the bat here with one out, and obviously he could put one down in the gap for a base hit anyways, but if you get themselves with that 2 outs, that put Ussery at third base, and he might regret trying to go after that one, as that one's going to be a check swing. They won't appeal to the second base umpire currently, and that one will make it a 2-2 count now. As again, these Nixa hitters extending at bats, making sure that they can foul off a lot of pitches, maximizing their opportunities, as that one's going to be ground down the third base line, and again another foul ball here. And Michelle will see yet another pitch. Michelle lined out to that shortstop in the first inning, and then in that second inning was able to get on with a base hit, so he's 1 for 2 today. He's looking to see a little bit more success Just try to get himself his first ribby of the day. And the 3-2, sorry, the 2-2 is once again fouled back behind the screen. He's putting these foul balls in a lot of different places, which lets you know that that pitcher, Cale Smith, is definitely trying to put his locations in different spots. So obviously when you can get kind of mix and match, keep the hitter guessing, as that one's going to be lined down the third in the hole, and that one's going to drop for a base hit. They're going to send Ussery, and he's going to be able to get in there easily as the throw comes in more into the second base. And Michelle's able to get into second base with an RBI double. And Nixa will be able to put their 5th run here up on the board as Michelle's able to get back-to-back 2 doubles here in the inning for Nixa. It's an RBI double for Michelle, and the Eagles are up 5-0 here in the 4th inning. And as Caden Cloud comes up to the plate here, Nixa leading 5-0 here in the top of the 4th inning. And the 0-1 quickly becomes a 1-1 count here. And while Jackson Gamble, the Nixa pitcher, is been able to put ball in really quick 2-strike situations for Neosho. It seems like Cale Smith's kind of been struggling with that most of this game. As he sees a wild one, and they elected not to send him there. It was one of those kind of tough situations. That one went to the backstop, but better Cloud had told Michelle to stay and then didn't realize that the ball had gone all the way through the catcher's leg, so then told him to go. But then obviously by the time he got that go sign, it was already a bit too late, so we decided to stay at second base. Anyways, it's a 2-1 count there, and they get the outside call. Just missed on that outside corner, and that'll make it a 3-1 count for Caden Cloud. Top of the 4th inning, Eagles up 5-0 here. They've really put themselves in a nice little bit here as the 3-1. It's going to be lined third base, and that was going to be a tough play, and they're going to make the catch down that left field line. We can't see much. Looks like that one went pretty far, but he was able to make the catch. It looks like A-Rod Austin Rodriguez lost his hat there. Make sure he picks that one up. So they'll fly out, puts Michelle still at second base, and now Jack Edwards will get a chance here. Edwards led off that second inning, that 4-run second inning, with a double, and then grounded out later in that inning to end that inning as well, as he swings and misses at that one. And that'll make it an 0-1 count here. Cale Smith closing in on his 4th inning of the day, but obviously when you have as many runs on the board as innings, Nix's offense has done a good job. But when 2 of those runs in that second inning came off ball 4s with the bases loaded, that also kind of tells you that maybe Cale was feeling a little bit less confident in his ability to throw strikes. And if he throws the strikes in different situations, Nixa hitters can attack on that. And speaking of attacking on the inside corner, Jack Edwards will have himself an RBI. They're going to throw this one in. This is going to be a tough play, and they're going to – oh, no, he dropped the ball, and they're going to make sure Nixa will hold on. It would have been a really close play. Looks like Crane had it, and he was going to get the out, but he dropped the ball at the last second. Looked like that ball just popped out of that glove when he was trying to make that tag. So the run will score. Jack Edwards will have himself an RBI single as that one dropped between the first baseman Fensky and the second baseman Southern. And Nixa will put up a 6th run here, 2nd run in the 4th inning to take a 6-0 lead. And Edwards will see that one go in for a strike. Tanner Grant at the plate here. He was able to lead off that 3rd inning with a triple, but then was caught up in a little bit of a pickle. The next batter, as they tried to throw a pickoff attempt there. Looks like Josiah Jenkins, as he always does, is running for Jack Edwards. And once again, they throw a pickoff, but nothing doing there. It's already 2 pickoff attempts here in this at-bat, and at the major league level, you wouldn't be allowed to do a 3rd pickoff attempt because in the new baseball rules, you only have, as a pitcher, allowed 2 disengagements. As that one's going to be line drive to Colton Southern to end the inning. So Eagles strand the runner at first base, but also tack on 2 more as the Eagles will take a 6-0 lead, and Jackson Gamble will be able to continue the successful game he's had so far. Eagles up 6-0 here in the bottom of the 4th. We'll be right back. All right, Eagles, it's looking a little bit better for you here. Bottom of the fourth inning. Nixa leads Neosho 6-0 here. They got 6 hits on 6 runs. A couple walks for Cale Smith have also allowed some runners in. That certainly helped us. That first pitch is swung on. Vincent's going to have to track that one in the air, but he does it. And that'll be a quick out here for Austin Rodriguez. And just like that, with one pitch here in the inning, we've already got ourselves another tough little play here. As now Neosho's down 1 extra out here in this ballgame. Now it's going to be inside for a ball. Finsky flew out to the right fielder in that second inning. So Rodriguez flew out, and now we got a 1-1-1 count here. One out, 1 ball, 1 strike, and he gets that inside strike call. We've seen a lot of those inside strikes get called here. Just trying to make sure that you pinpoint those strikes, and Gamble's done a much better job at pinpointing those locations in areas where Neosho hitters haven't been able to put it as Cale Smith has, because Cale Smith, obviously, 6 hits on the board for the Eagles. He's had 2 walks so far in this game. Just lots of contact from the Eagles hitters, where Neosho has almost felt in some instances scared to swing on those close call pitches. As after a foul ball, they get a 2-2 count now as that one went low and away. Finsky flew out, as we mentioned, so he's 0 for 1. He dribbles that one. Edwards is going to have to make a tough play. He bobbles it at first, and he draws the first baseman oaf off the bag. And so that'll be an infield single there for Carter Finsky. And now Quentin Hughes will put himself up in a situation here just to try to get some momentum here for Neosho. Haven't really had it all night. It's kind of been just a slow type of game. After that 1-2-3 first inning from Nixa, and Neosho was able to put 2 runners on base. After that double play, it seems like everything shifted, as that one's going to be another straightaway center field one. Vincent's going to have to run a little bit more, and even they'll get it to the right fielder, as called him off at that last second there. So that'll be a fly out for Quentin Hughes as well. So back-to-back flyouts to Vincent, the center fielder, and then Dernberger, the right fielder. Looked like it was going to be a little bit closer towards that right center field, but traveled a little bit farther than that first one did in this inning. And now Brody Crane puts himself in a situation. Again, just trying to get runners on base. And when Jackson Gamble's pitching the way he has so far, this game is going to be really tough for Neosho to put runners on the board, especially with the ability Nix's bullpen has if they even need it tonight. And on the 1-0 pitch to Gamble, that's going to be swung on and fouled back to the screen. Now I'm going to get a 1-1 count here for the Neosho catcher, Brody Crane. On deck, it's Drake Swift in the DH spot. He's seen lots of 0 for 1 so far. And he gets the sign after waiting for it, and he pops that one high up. Not totally sure where that one's going to land. It's going to drop just in the fair territory, but the first baseman, Tanner Grant, gets under it at the last second there to make the catch. And Neosho once again stranding a runner on base, not being able to put a whole lot on the board, and Jackson Gamble's able to get another inning out of the way and a very low pitch count here. So Nix is still up 6-0 here as we head to the top of the 5th inning. This game going very smoothly and should be going the rest of the way. We'll be right back. Welcome back here. Top of the 5th inning here for Nixa. So we got a new pitcher on the mound. He's been on the field for a little bit here so far. Is that second baseman Colton Southern. Number 8 for Neosho, the Wildcats. He'll come in to pitch here. I'll let you know who's at second base here in a few minutes here. Right now, Reese Sternberger up at the plate, trying to get himself on. Sternberger watches that one up and away for a ball. He's 0 for 2 so far tonight. He's got a strikeout in that second inning. Got a fielder's choice in the third. And then after the Eagles were able to put a little bit of momentum in that 4th inning, he was left on deck. And he sees the 1-0, and that one's going to drop in as well for a ball. That one skids past a little bit. Catcher. And already we have a manager's visit here. 2 pitches in for Colton Southern's day. For Cale Smith, it wasn't all that great. He pitched 4 innings here for Neosho. 6 hits off of 2 walks. He was only able to get 2 strikeouts in this game and then gave up 6 runs. As I mentioned, those 2 walks were part of those runs in the bases loaded inning. And I think for Neosho's head coach, it's just one of those days where pitchers put the ball in the strike zone and we'll have a good day. But if you don't, then we're going to have a long day. And that's been definitely the case here, as Nixa has been able to extend some counts, foul off some pitches, put themselves in situations to get the starting pitcher out of the game 4 innings into this one. And the 2-0, that one's going to be that one looked like the umpire was about to call a strike, but decided not to at the last second. And now Sternberger has a 3-0 count here. Let's see if he gets the green light. He will not. He'll get the strike in there. So Colton Southern now coming in to pitch. Southern just trying to get through his motions here. He played second base earlier in this game. And now on the 3-1 to Sternberger. Sternberger playing about medium depth in the batter's box. And he'll watch that one drop for a ball, as that one's going to put him on with a leadoff walk.
Designated hitter, Gary Oath.
And now Garrick Oath will come up here. It's designated hitter. He's 1 for 2 in the game. Had a base hit in that second inning. It scored a run and then flew out in the third. He plays from about that same position, so nothing much changing here, but obviously with a new pitcher on the mound. This was the part of the lineup that really did some danger for Cale Smith, the all-conference pitcher from last season, as the bottom part of this lineup really just did some damage and was able to put runners on base, score some runs, and turn it over to the top of the lineup, who were able to take care of the rest. So Fletch is the first pitch to go, and he fouls that one off, so that'll make it a 1-1 count here for the Eagles. And as we mentioned, all of these Nixa hitters are very selective in the types of pitches they swing at. Their plate discipline is phenomenal, one of the top in the state of Missouri. So when we talk about just extending innings and trying to pull runners, even if it's a 1-2-3 inning like it has, as they try to catcher there, tried to set up a pickoff attempt, but wasn't able to do so in time. So a down and away for a ball, and that'll make it a 2-1 count. But as I mentioned, just you don't see a whole lot of 3-pitch strikeouts. You don't really see you don't see low contact at bats from this Eagles offense, and that's something they've proved here throughout the season. Is that one's a ground ball. It'll go 6, 4, and a wild throw to 3, but it's not going to be in time. So threw through his backhand there, but was able to get at least the lead runner at second base. So Oaf will be on first base with a fielder's choice. He'll be on first base. Sternberger out at second, and now Broden Mabe will come up looking to add on. He got himself an RBI single in that 4-run second inning and then struck out in the third. And before he sees his first pitch, they throw a pickoff attempt to Oaf at first base. Southern's already walked a batter so far. Third walk of the day for Neosho. And that one's going to fall in there for a strike down the middle of the plate. So once again, sometimes it's not the greatest opportunity to swing at that first pitch unless you get something you really, really want to swing at right away. Seeing Wyatt Vincent be one of those hitters that likes to swing at that first pitch, and sometimes it works out great. Other times it kind of ends up like we were seeing earlier, as that one's fouled back to the screen, and that'll make it quickly an 0-2 count. But keeping the pitchers honest, trying to make sure that they don't throw the same pitch 3 pitches in a row, making sure that they change things up, try to move the ball around, try to find different solutions for this Nixa offense, because when you put 6 runs on the board, So that one's a high pop-up down the left field shallow. And one of those fielders over there made the catch. It was either Hughes or Brill.
That brings up the second baseman, Colin.
So it'll be a pop-up down that line, and now Colin Ussery will come up to the plate. Second baseman Colin Ussery here. He's had himself a really nice day. He was able to get an RBI on a walk earlier in that second inning, and then the fourth he let it off with a double. So 1 for 1 on the day with an RBI as they throw one down. Oaf is able to get back to first base. So 2 outs here in the inning after back-to-back pop-ups. Now Ussery has a chance here to extend this inning to give Wyatt Vincent a chance with 2 outs. And that one's going to just be outside, and that'll make a 2-0 count now. Clouds getting a little closer here. Obviously, we're not expecting some rain until about 3 hours from now, so we won't see too much of that. And that one's going to be a ball as well, and that'll make a 3-0 count. So while you wouldn't want to obviously walk a batter with 2 outs because walks can kill you in any situation, with a leadoff hitter like Wyatt Vincent up at the plate, his ability to send one down the line on either side really makes it difficult as they do walk Ussery. So Ussery will have his second walk of the day, and we talk about plate discipline. There's been lots of pitchers, lots of hitters so far that are able to watch these baseballs and figure out where they're going to go about half a second in. Making that split-second decision to swing or not to swing, sometimes that can be a tough decision for anybody, but now Wyatt Vincent comes up here with 2 outs. Oaf is at second, Ussery at first. Eagles already have a 6-0 lead, but trying to add on here. And that one's a first pitch swung on. That one's going to be caught by the center fielder, Wyatt Chadwick. Once again, Wyatt Vincent swings at that first pitch. He's been doing that quite a lot recently. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes it retires an inning. So here in the bottom of the 5th inning, Nixa strains 2, but they still hold a very comfortable 6-0 lead as Jackson Gamble will go back out on the mound, looking to continue what's been an impressive day so far. We'll be right back. Welcome back here from Neosho High School in Neosho, Missouri. Wildcats trailing here 6-0 against Jackson Gamble and the Nixa Eagles. Eagles are able to put up a sounding 4 runs in that second inning, 2 in the 4th. A couple of those runs off of bases loaded walks, but now walks in Drake Swift as the designated hitter. Grounded out in that 3rd inning. So he's 0 for 1 on the day. On deck, it's River Brill, who got himself on with a walk. And then so far the most successful hitter for Neosho, Eli Czar, who's so far 2 for 2 at 2 singles, as now the count draws to 1-1. Neosho 3 hits so far on the day. Connor Finsky, the only other batter besides Czar to get a base hit, as that one's fouled back. That'll make it a 1-2 count here. And as we mentioned so far, Gamble's been able to really put Neosho in tough spots with 0-2, 1-2 types of counts. Very quickly is able to get to that second strike, which means Neosho hitters are going to have to swing it a lot that maybe they aren't too comfortable with at the plate. And Gamble gets the sign. He goes in for a 1-2, and that one's going to be a ground ball. Cloud makes a nice throw to Grant, taps it off the ground there, bounces around, but is able to get the out to retire Swift.
The shortstop, River Brill.
And now River Brill comes up to plate. Like I mentioned, he got on base with a walk in that 3rd inning. Czar on deck. Batting from the left side. And he sees the first pitch walk in there for a strike. Tempo high for Gamble, just trying to keep himself in the same type of rhythm he has the rest of this ball game, and he gets the strike there, and very quickly, without swinging much of it, he watches 2 pitches go by, and it'll be an 0-2 count to Brill, and that one's going to be a ground ball. It'll go 6, and it bobbles over, and it'll get by Caden Cloud. That one will probably go down as an error for Cloud.
The right fielder, number 1, Eli Czar.
And now Eli Czar will come up to the plate, by far the most successful Eagles hitter so far. Sorry, the Wildcats hitter. 2 for 2 with 2 singles, but some base running situations, some plays in right field he hasn't been able to clear out. Kind of clouded up his day as well. As he's going to swing and miss, falls onto his knees on that one. Try to aim that one down that left field line there, but was unable to pull it. And he swings and misses early here, and that'll be an 0-1 count. And he swings at another one down and away, so he hasn't been able to locate where Gamble's going to see these pitches, and that's really the first couple of times we've seen Neosho swing and miss at the first. We've seen Neosho hitters swing at the first 2 pitches here. As runner goes, that one will go down for a strike, so they will get the strikeout, but the runner will be able to get on.
Coming to the plate,
So
baseman,
Brill off of the
Colton
error.
Southern now pitching.
And then Czar strikes out, but Brill's able to get to second base. Just mentioned some of the types of things here. Neosho getting that runner at second base hasn't really happened a whole lot. That one's going to fall through the hole, and it looks like Neosho's going to get their first run of the game. This is going to be tough. Vincent fires into the pitcher, and they're just going to hold that runner in. So Neosho gets on the board finally here in the bottom of the 5th inning, as Colton Southern will get himself an RBI single. It'll be only the 4th hit of the day for Neosho, but that one results in a run here in that 5th inning. So Shadwick, who at that point was 0 for 2 in this game so far, is able to get himself a single, and now Wyatt Shadwick will come up to the plate. So they're able to aid himself on the pitching mound while he hits, and that one's tripped off on that hitter's side of the plate. Nice job by Jack Edwards to keep that ball in front of him there. That'll make it a 1-0 count. Still a 5-run lead for Nixa. Only 4 hits for Neosho on the day. Nixa with the 1 error. Hesitation there from the center fielder Shadwick, but he decides not to swing. And it'll be called a strike a little bit late, but it'll be a 1-1 count now. And he's not going to get that call either. And that'll make it a 2-1 count now. Shadwick just trying to make sure that everybody he knows pitch. And nope, never mind. Corrects it out, and now it'll be a 3-0 count. But he gets the strike there. So that second pitch of that at-bat after the 1-0 was a strike, or was a ball, sorry. So instead of it being a 1-1 count, it was a 2-0 count. And now on the 3-1, he hesitates to swing again, but he gets the strike. So now the count is full with a runner at first base. So that rather Southern will be going here on this pitch. So a ball down the line might be able to bring him in here. Obviously, Gamble more focused on trying to get out of this inning here. And the 3-2 as the runner goes will be a strike to end the inning. On the inside corner, nice pitching location from Gamble. That's only his 3rd strikeout of the day, but he's had himself a good one so far, limiting the runs, as only Neosho was able to only get 1 run in that 5th inning. They strand a runner at first base, and we head to the 6th inning here in what's been a really fast-paced Nixa Eagles game. 6-0 Nixa. Here we go, back from Neosho. Nixa doesn't lead by 6 anymore. It's 6-1. Neosho was able to get a run in that bottom of the 5th inning there. But in the 6th, there we go. Nixa trying to take that run back and try to just keep this game more out of hand than what it already feels like here. And he sees the first pitch. That one swung on deep down the left field line. Not sure where that one's going to go. And he's able to make the catch. It's kind of tough. Obviously, we've mentioned it out throughout. Don't want to get too excited over anything, but when you can't see where the ball is going to land, you can't really see where the fence is at. It's kind of tough to see those down the left field line, but left fielder Austin Rodriguez apparently makes a nice catch to get the out. So Michelle flies out. Caden Cloud now up to the plate here in the 6th inning. Nixa so far 6 hits on 6 runs. They had the error in that last inning, and Neosho has 1 run off of 4 hits so far. And that one's going to fall in there for a strike, and that'll make it a 1-1 count here for Caden Cloud. Cloud so far flew out to the left fielder in that first inning, then was able to get on with a RBI walk in that second part of the 2 RBI walks as he sees that one walk in for a strike. That'll make it a 1-2 count to him, and he flew out in that 4th inning as well. Comes in 0 for 2 in the day with an RBI walk. And here he comes set for the 1-2, and that one's going to drop for 2-2. Southern hasn't really seen those types of slower, those change-up pitches go well for him. It seems like his slider or that curveball that is dipped a little bit too early. We've seen a lot of balls bounce off the front of the plate. So Cloud will get another pitch here, and he sees the 2-2, and he watches that one bounce away as well for a 3-2 count. So now 3-2 here. Obviously, if you're a pitcher Southern, probably just trying to pitch more on the inside corner, try to get him to swing at something with weak contact, and he goes on the inside, but it's low on the inside, and that'll be a walk there for Rylan Michelle. That's another walk on the day. Southern already with 3 walks. He hasn't surrendered a hit so far in this one, but just the 3 walks representing the 3 base runners for the Eagles so far since Southern has been brought into this game. Jack Edwards up to the plate here with 1 out here in the inning. A runner on first swings on and fouls that one back. That one falls all the way back there. For fans curious about if this game's going to hit up between any Major League Baseball games of interest, it will not, probably more than likely. The Royals and Diamondbacks play in Arizona at 8:40 tonight, and the Cardinals also play in San Francisco at 8:45. So they'll have plenty of time after the conclusion of this Eagles game to go ahead and get in as the runner goes, but that one's going to be fouled back. And that'll be an 0-2 count. For the Royals, it'll be Brady Singer up on the mound. He's struggled so far this season with a 1-2 record with an 8.14 ERA. And then for the Cardinals, Jake Woodford, who's even done just a little bit better. He's 1-2 on the year with a 6.05 ERA. And then former Cardinal John Brebbia will be pitching for the Giants. Brebbia 1-0 on the year, but with a 5.63 ERA. And already here, they've tried to pick off him, and they got Jack Edwards quickly on an 0-2 count after back-to-back foul balls. Edwards just trying to pull something in as he's had himself a really nice day so far, 2 for 3. The single, a double, and an RBI here as he swings at that one and fouls that one back. And we'll do the 0-2 once again here. That one was pretty off-speed. You haven't really seen a whole lot of Southern off-speed pitches so far. Mostly came in to his at-bats with a little bit of fire on it. But whenever he throws that lower pitch, it hasn't really reached all the way up to the plate. There's been lots of bounces as they try another pickoff attempt there to make it an 0-2 count. So the 0-2 once again here after 2 pickoff attempts and a couple of foul balls for Edwards is going to be high. They've got a good chance to pick him off, but it will not be in time. It tried to get the out there. It was a high pitch out, and they had a really nice chance there to get the runner out in Caden Cloud, but Cloud was able to dive back in just in time. So Edwards now has a 1-2 count, takes the time, and now the runner goes, and now it'll be a ball. They throw it in, and it will not be in time. So Caden Cloud will have himself the first stolen base of the day for the Eagles. And so now Caden Cloud will get on to second base here with one out. Now Jack Edwards has another opportunity to bring in an RBI with runners in scoring position. So he's drawn this count out from an 0-2 count, fouled off a couple pitches, got himself some nice looks, and now is at a 2-2, and Edwards looks. That one's high and away for ball 3. So now, with first base open, you might kind of wonder how aggressive they'll be here with Edwards with that base open to try to potentially just recreate a potential for a double play. Tanner Grant on deck for the Eagles. And the 3-2 to Edwards is going to be a ball and away for a ball 4. So he comes back from an 0-2 count, fouls off a couple pitches. And that's what we talk about, what kind of Nixa baseball has been this season and what it kind of struggled to be the past couple of games. It's just trying to bring in extra runners, getting runners on base, and limiting the amount of mistakes that you can make, and just getting more, obviously, as I mentioned, just getting more runners on base. So when you have an 0-2 count like that, the quality of at-bats matters. Even if Jack Edwards had been able to get out there in a certain situation, fouling off a bunch of pitches, making sure that the at-bat is meaningful, and obviously when you advance the runner to begin the inning off of a stolen base, that certainly helps too. So back-to-back walks now for Colton Southern, and now in walks Tanner Grant to the plate. The runner goes again. It's going to be a double steal. It's going to be a tough play at third, and it's not going to be in time. So another double steal here. Southern, who's had Colton Southern, 4 walks, but back-to-back stolen bases by Caden Cloud, and then Edwards getting in on the stolen base party here in the 6th inning. So 2 stolen bases now for Caden Cloud. And now runners at second and third here with 1 out on the 1-0. That one's going to be fouled back. Ricochets off the screen a couple times, and that'll make the count even here, 1-1. And the only thing that isn't a 1 right now is first base. It's open currently, as they got Josiah Jenkins at second here. And that one's going to be another foul ball back. This time it falls out of play. And that one rolls all the way down. Looks like kid's going to grab that one here pretty soon. But now Tanner Grant, the first baseman, with first base open here, looks at a 1-2 count from Southern. He sets, kicks, fires, and that one's going to fall in the bottom of the turf, and that'll even the count here at 2-2. 6-1, Eagles lead it so far. Top of the 6th inning. Eagles have been able to put 6 hits across the board, but also an additional 6 walks, including 4 from this relief pitcher, Colton Southern. And as the 2-2 comes in, that one's going to be popped up. That'll probably stay in play. And the first baseman, Fensky, making a nice little play there. And that'll make it 2 outs here as the pop-up to Tanner Grant.
No batting, Reese Dernberger.
And now Reese Dernberger will come up to the plate. Dernberger so far looking to have a little bit more success. 0-for-2 with a walk. Which so far walks haven't been anything bad so far today. It's been able to bring in a couple runs, being able to advance runners. Obviously currently the runners at second and third came off of walks in this inning. And that's what's kind of lowered the hit column here so far for the Eagles. Because normally when you see 6 hits, 6 runs, you're thinking, okay, those are just some liners, maybe some plays down the line, some extra base doubles. But really, it's been a lot of the hits that have been kind of stranded. We had the leadoff triple earlier in the game from Tanner Grant, but that didn't show up to anything earlier. And that one's going to be popped up and away. High fly, but that'll get out of play into the soccer field, and that'll make it a 1-1 count here. So runners go back. Again, runners at second and third here. Cloud at third. Jenkins at second. That one's straight away to center field. That one is going to be got under. Azar is under it, and he'll make the catch. The Eagles strand 2 runners at second and third base here, but they still hold a 6-1 lead as Neosho's bats need to start firing here. But Jackson Gamble is going to try to prevent that one here for the last 6 outs of the game. Eagles have a 6-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the 6th. We'll be right back. Welcome back here, bottom of the 6th inning. Neosho trailing 6-1. Jackson Gamble still on the mound here for the Eagles. A little bit of Neosho was able to get their first run on the board in that 5th inning. As mentioned, Gamble had a little bit of a rough inning last inning, but was able to limit the damage just to that 1 run. And that first pitch to Austin Rodriguez, the cleanup hitter. And that one's going to be ground ball down the third base. Diving attempt, but nobody's going to get there in time. Looked like Mabe tried to dive for that one, but Caden Cloud was able to get under it. Didn't see exactly where the throw was placed at, but it was a little bit low. And they probably wouldn't have made it much in time anyways, so Neosho will have themselves a leadoff single as Rodriguez gets on base for the first time today. And now Carter Fensky flew out in right field in that 2nd inning and then singled in that 4th. And he swings and misses at the first pitch he sees in this at-bat, and it'll be an 0-1 count. Neosho so far, and that was their 5th hit of the ball game as they're nearing closer to Nixa's total of 6 hits so far, but obviously the 6 walks have been a major component of Nixa's lead so far in this game, as just extra base runners, extra stress, pressure to apply causes errors. Pace is the saying Nixa Eagles fans like to say, and much of the stands. They show bunt there, and they get a nice little one. That's gonna it's gonna be a tough play at first. They're able to get the out, but that'll advance Rodriguez to second as Carter Fensky shows down a pretty nice, decent bunt there. If he'd maybe had a little bit more speed out of the box, he might have been able to get on base. But now Quentin Hughes will come up here, and he's looking for a better day as he's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out so far. So Hughes has got to try to do something here. Obviously, you can't do much being down 5. You don't want to be the hero, obviously. You can get a run in to make it at least a 4-run ball game here as he fouls that one off. Down the right side, and that'll make it an early 1-strike count again for Neosho. Gamble so far 5 innings. Obviously, I mentioned the 5 hits. He's got 3 strikeouts and then just the 1 error. And he watches the 0-1 as now he's getting set. Gamble kicks, sets, and fires. And that'll be low for a ball, and that'll make it a 1-1 count here. Lots of different types of scenarios here for Neosho, but really just the biggest thing, they need to get runs here. They want to make it a little bit stressful for Gamble here in this ball game with nobody warming up, as that one's going to be grounded to the shortstop, Ussery. He makes a nice little play. Sorry, the shortstop, Caden Cloud. But that'll advance Rodriguez once again to third base. So Quentin Hughes gets out on the fielder's choice, and now Brody Crane will come up as the catcher. Crane struck out in that 2nd inning. He's looking to have a little bit more success here as well. And he grounded out to the first baseman in that 4th inning. So just trying to avoid a lot of the different things here, but Neosho with a runner on third, we haven't seen that a whole lot today. And he heartily swings at that one down in the dirt, making it an 0-1 count. 2 outs here for Gamble. He kicks, fires, and that one's going to foul back out of play. And just like that, it'll be an 0-2 count for Neosho. We've seen that plenty of times today. I don't need to mention it anymore, but obviously it's been one of the key components to why Neosho has been held to just the 1 run. As he sees that one on the inside and he gets the call, curves in off the inside, goes into the strike zone. Catcher Jack Edwards gives his pitcher a little fist bump there, a little mitt bump. And now as we head to the 7th inning here, Nixa's looking to clean this one up, add an extra couple insurance runs for it looks like, I would imagine Jackson Gamble would go out there for a 7th inning. But Nixa still holds a 6-1 lead. Neosho strands a runner at third base as Gamble gets his 4th K of the game. Nixa leads and trying to shut this one down. We'll be right back. Welcome back here. Garrick Oaf leading off here for the Eagles in the top of the 7th inning. Eagles already have a 6-1 lead. They're just trying to add on as it looks like Rylan Evans is going to start warming up here in that bullpen for the Eagles. So that one's high for a ball, and that'll make it an 0-1-0 count here for Garrick Oaf. New pitcher here for the Neosho Wildcats, Boston Patterson. Comes in trying to keep the signs a little bit memorized here. He's got a little armband there. Tells him signs, and Oaf swings and misses at that one. Fastball on the upside part of that plate, and that'll make it a 1-1 count. Oaf so far singled in that 2nd inning, but hasn't had much success. Rather else flew out. His last 2 plate appearances, he swings and misses at that one. Well, that first pitch, it seemed like he got under it, or got just under where that ball was at. It seems like that second swing, he was a little bit on top of where it was at. So pitcher trying to mix and match what he's seeing and just try to make it a little bit more better as the 1-2 is high for a ball. And I'll give it a 2-2 count now for Oaf. As we mentioned so far, we've seen lots of 2-2, 3-2 counts, and that's been probably credit to why Nixa has 6 walks in this game. And the 2-2 to Oaf is going to be fouled back. And again here, just as we mentioned, just more and more extra pitches on plate appearances. Nixa is really good at just getting those quality at-bats, extending the plate appearances, and making sure that they can get themselves in a situation to get runners on base in the most efficient way possible. And the 2-2 swung on and missed. That's the first strikeout we've seen for the Eagles in quite some time, dating back to that 3rd inning. But Oaf swings and misses here in the 7th. That'll be the first K and the first out for Boston Patterson. Only the 3rd strikeout of the day for the Eagles, so they've been very consistent as to avoid the swing and miss or just not anything in the location. That one for Mabe is going to be inside for a ball. On deck's Colin Ussery. Mabe so far in the day with an RBI single. He's 1 for 3 so far. On the 1-0 pitch from Boston, he fouls that one back. Nearly hits Ussery in the on-deck circle, but he's able to get out of the way there. And that'll make it a 1-1 count now. While there is sitting room, most fans choosing to stand here. And that'll be high for a ball. Now that'll make it a 2-1 count now as he checks his signs once again. Here on Roy B. Shaver Baseball Field here in Neosho, Missouri. And that one's going to fall in for a strike. Temperature hasn't dipped much. We got a little light drizzle going on right now, maybe. And as he fouls that one back off the screen, high up on the screen. Wyatt Vincent, the batter in the hole, coming running out there to grab that one. And now we'll do the 2-2 here again for Broden Mabe. Patterson looks, fires, and it'll be just on the inside, a little bit low and a little bit inside. And that'll make it a 3-2 count as the count's full for Broden Mabe. Patterson digs in at the 3rd baseman, and he swings and misses. And that'll be back-to-back Ks for Boston Patterson. Haven't seen that one today very much, but that nearly counts as many strikeouts as what we had seen through the first 6 innings of this game, as the Eagles were held just to 2 strikeouts. There's Reese Dernberger in that 2nd inning. And then Broden Mabe earlier in the game of the 3rd. So Mabe with his 2nd strikeout. Now Colin Ussery gets a chance at the plate here in the 7th. He gets it on the inside corner for a strike. Ussery with an RBI walk is 1 for 1 in the game. 2 walks, a double, and an RBI. And he swings and misses at that one. So Boston Patterson really throwing some fire here and being able to miss some bats at the Eagles. It might just be a little bit too late for Neosho, though. So Ussery sets in the box. He looks at the 0-2, and the pitch, he swings and misses. And Boston Patterson strikes out the side for Neosho, all of them swinging. Boston Patterson, one of the more efficient innings we've seen from Neosho and the Wildcats in the past 2 games that they've played. But nevertheless, Nixa is able to hold him. They currently hold a 6-1 lead, and we might be getting out of here very soon as Neosho needs to get their bats clicking here against Jackson Gamble. Keep saying Tanner Grant. He must be on my mind somewhere. I don't know. But nevertheless, Nixa up, and we'll be right back from Neosho, Missouri. Neosho here bringing in some of their reserves to get some plate appearances here, as the designated hitter Drake Swift will be sent away. It'll be number 16 here for the Wildcats. Number 16, it'll be Hudson Williams coming into bat. And he gets the first strike there from Tanner Grant. And that one's going to be a strike too, so already here an 0-2 count. As I mentioned, some of these rules limit how many pitches you can throw in a game at the high school level. He gets the 0-2 and fouls that one. And he's able to make his own play. Fires to Tanner Grant at first. And just like that, 3 pitches in, that'll be out number 1. So just in case if he gets over that limit, I'm guessing he's pretty close to that limit so far. Here they got Ryland Evans warming up and that bullpen. Last time we saw Ryland Evans, he pitched at Gym. 4 innings in relief at against Webb City as a part of that Sky Bacon Stadium comeback. Sky High Bacon Stadium comeback. I guess we can start calling it whatever it is. Drive to win. They were down 7-0 going into the bottom of the third. They were able to score 8 from that point on. And he gets back-to-back strikes there. And just like that, only 5 pitches into this inning, Neosho is on their heels once again in the 0-2 ball. And that'll make it a 1-2 count just on that outside corner here. But Jackson Gamble getting close to that 90-pitch limit, I'd imagine. And he gets just a bit high there. It was close. That was close, but doesn't get the call, and it'll be a 2-2 count now. And Gamble watches another one go by. So after back-to-back strikes to open this inning, so this at bat here with 1 out. Hitter's got him on a 3-2. And he fouls that one off, just barely got under that one. And now we'll do it again here. And obviously, like I mentioned, Ryland Evans warming up if need be. But Nixa here 2 outs away from getting out of this one. Nixa would improve to a record of 20-3 on the year. Neosho would drop to 13-10. And they get the strikeout. And that was an interesting little moment there as River Brill didn't get a hold of that one, but nevertheless they burnt themselves there. And now Colton Southern in the on-deck circle. Eli Czar will come up to the plate. So Brill gets the K looking, and that first pitch to Czar is going to be a strike. So Gamble, that's his 4th strikeout of the game. He ended his last inning back-to-back Ks, and now Neosho down to their final strike here on a 1-2 count. Eli Czar. Neosho put 5 hits on the board, 1 run, no errors, and the 1-2 to Brill is outside. That'll make it a 2-2 count now, so we'll do it. One more pitch here. Czar just trying to extend this game, maybe not. But Gamble gets the sign. He sets, kicks, fires, and the 2-2 swung on and missed. He gets the strikeout. That's Gamble's 5th K of the game. He strikes out the last couple batters he faces here in this one. And as the Nixa Eagles will win their 20th game of the season, improving to a record of 20-3 with a 6-1 win here in Neosho. Neosho, one of the big things about this game, Jackson Gamble will get the win as he pitches a complete game, 7-inning game. He's able to limit the damage to just 5 hits off 1 run. And was able to, like I mentioned, strike out 5. But obviously, Cale Smith didn't have his greatest successful game as what some people in the COC have grown accustomed to seeing him from him. Pitched 4 innings on 3 hits, but the killer was the 2 walks and just 2 strikeouts and gave up 4 runs in that one. The Eagles scored 4 in the 2nd inning. That's what ultimately did Neosho in. 2 runs in the 4th helped him out. But from there on, it was good. It's just another one of these examples of what Nixa hitters can do when they feel like they have time in the plate. Whenever you get the first pitch strike, whether you're the pitcher or whether you're as a hitter being able to draw plate appearances out and make it do that much of a difference. So like I mentioned, the Eagles will win for the 2nd time against Neosho in this past week. They do it here in Neosho, Missouri, home of the Neosho Wildcats. JV game, TBA. We'll figure out when that one starts up. No commentary for that one. But it's Eli Dean signing off here from Neosho. Eagles win it 6-1. Have a great night, everyone.
I understand.
Papa or
I
grandma.
understand where grandparents are in the pecking order.
Yes. But our house is the first place they come when they're hungry.
Of course.
You know.
In that part of the pecking order.
Yes, exactly.
Some of it, yeah.
They can hear us?
Yeah, for the most part, but nobody's paying attention, so.
We just need to make sure we don't say things we shouldn't say.
I mean, I can put it on the loop for now, I guess. Oh, the game started. Look at that. So Nixa wins both games in Neosho. They win the varsity game 6-1, and then they win the JV game 4-1 here. And we're going to end the stream right here. Nixa takes both games.